Good morning and welcome to the finishing line. And today we have the honor of having Virginie and Bodo from Bobst here for the first hour. Today's topic is packaging and embellishment. And I mean, who can't? I mean, Bobst should be. You should have the whole week, I guess, right? So welcome, guys. How are you?
Very good.
Thank you, Morten. Very good. Hello, everyone.
It's good to see you, and we had a few technical hiccups just before we got started, but I think that we are up and running now. Everything is as supposed to be. So let's dive directly into it. Virginie, what do you do at Bobst?
Yeah, we are providing solutions for the packaging industry on different industries, so corrugated board, folding carton, flexible, and label.
I was more interested in your personal stories. That was why I started with the young lady. So, but you, Virginie, just to catch up on that, you work with marketing. So you're working in the same area as Bodo is working.
Yes, more or less. I'm the marketing and communication manager for Folder Glues. So really in charge of everything around the product Folder Glues.
Fantastic. And Bodo, you work with customers.
Yeah, I have more than 30 years background in paper manufacturing, printing, and converting. So I'm 7 years with Bobst now, and I'm taking care of the product lifecycle management for folding carton, die cutter, hot foil stampers, and also on the corrugated board and litho laminated side.
I mean, if you look at the printing industry, I remember when I reached out to Francois asking if you were interested in participating. He was like, Morten, you forgot the packaging. This is the most important part of the value chain. And I wouldn't say that I forgot about it. I would more say that I thought it was so big that it should have its own week. How important is the packaging business for Bobst?
Oh, it is our business. It is very, very important. But I mean, we provide a lot of solutions on the printing side. Yeah? Don't forget that we have focus on flexo printing and also on digital printing. But without converting, the supply chain would be incomplete. So packaging takes a huge part of the overall supply chain.
And the market is, as I see it, seems to be changing a lot these years. I mean, during the COVID, the supply chain, of course, changed a lot because from the players in the market. How do you see the market in growth perspective, and how do you see the things in relation to analog versus digital?
I mean, the market is booming, I would say. And of course, we see digital arriving, but it does not mean that digital is replacing traditional. So we see growth on both sides.
Fantastic. It must be a nice spot to be in. And as I said to you before, I had the pleasure of hanging out with some of your colleagues at Label Expo in Chicago last week. So it seems that Bobst is really in a nice position when it comes to both developing products, but also to gain and earn the customers in the market. So how is the competitive situation seen from your perspective?
Yeah, competition is always around, and this keeps us moving. We work very seriously on the product lifecycle management. We always work on innovations. We try to be ahead of competition and provide the best solutions to our customers. So this is our daily business.
I also know that Bobst is extremely focused on the sustainability agenda. How can people see a difference? I mean, if let's say that you buy a non-branded company in packaging, and then you compare it to the Bobst offerings, where can people see how you take the sustainability agenda serious? I know you do, but I'm just wanting you to tell me.
This will be part of our presentation today, so we will
Okay.
prepare very concrete examples, or we have prepared very concrete examples, how seriously we are working on sustainability and how we roll it out. And yes, it's a topic which also takes part of the Bobst industry vision. We have, I will explain it later, but sustainability is one big important topic on the Bobst industry vision.
Even if today we already have in our portfolio solution that take the sustainability topic very seriously.
And Virginie, I was thinking that when you work on the marketing and communication side, it's not a bad time talking to converters about the sustainability agenda, because we know that brand owners are having these demands right now.
Yes, of course. It is more important now, but even before, it has always been something that brand owners required to the converters. So this is why in our portfolio we always have this topic in mind, and that we are really working on even more, I would say, at the moment, to integrate always the sustainability at the heart of every communication, but also product.
I can't help think about, because one of the trends that we see from brand owners is private labels and personalization and shorter print runs and things like that. So I was just wondering, in the old times, there was a huge setup time and a lot of waste when producing these kind of things. Is that something that you are addressing in order to basically help converters become more sustainable just using Bobst machines?
Oh, it's part of our daily business. I mean, yes, as run length is decreasing, setup time is relatively growing, and setup time basically means downtime. This is not productive. So the clear demand of our converters is to put measures in place to reduce setup time. And this is a daily work, a daily focus we are putting in our efforts. And of course, by reducing setup time, yes, we can also be sustainable, as we can make better use of the machine capacity.
A question I have asked almost everybody that has participated in this week of the finishing line is, when you look at the R&D and the technology that you provide, do you see yourself as a market driver, or are you market driven? And the reason I'm asking is because sometimes you can think that, okay, really good leadership also requires that you take some investments in technology that may be the next generation, but you have also to take some risk in order to get it to market. I don't know if you understand my question, but I was just wondering how you see that.
It's a combination of both, I would say. Clearly, as a market leader in the packaging, we try to drive the market to be ahead of the market with the latest technologies, but also we are working closely together with our converters on the traditional side. So it's both. We see something which could develop into a very new innovation, and also our converters gives us input. So it's a combination of both, which is very fruitful.
And last question before we are going to see what you have planned. The privatization of Bobst, I think that it basically gives you way more freedom to keep developing on this agenda, right?
Yes, and we will talk to it. We have prepared a section about it, and Virginie will talk to you about it in a couple of minutes.
Of the long-term strategy.
See, I was just ahead of my time, and we didn't even talk about this. I'm sorry about this. Guys, please, I will leave the screen. I will also be muted, but I will listen to everything you say, and then after you're finished, we can have a chat about what I have seen, and if there's anybody from the audience who wants to ask any questions, shoot away. And as I always, when this session is over, we will cut it into a session, so you can watch it again as often as you like. So Virginie and Bodo, for now, thank you, and I will now leave it up to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Morten.
Thank you. So, no need to introduce ourselves now. As explained today, we are here to present you some converting solutions we have here at Bobst. And thanks to the crew we have here in our competence center of Bobst DB in Switzerland, we will be able to also give you a tour of our competence center to show or to demonstrate some solution we have in our portfolio. We will focus mainly on folding carton, but also on some solution for litho-laminated. And this, as I said, are working with a crew that usually works for live stream demonstrations of our machine in our demo center. This means behind the cameras, we have a great team in this demo center. So we planned a short introduction on Bobst, on the market trends as well. This means we will show you some slides before going into our competence center and show you the solutions. So let me show you the slides. So to round up the big figures we have here at Bobst, it's a short overview on all the main figures and numbers. I will only pick 3 of them. So Bobst, it's more than 1.5 billion Swiss franc turnover. It's approximately 6,000 employees and more than 1.6 thousand machines sold last year. So very big numbers. Then Bobst is a global player with more than 50 entities around the world and 19 production sites. And as Morten asked us before, we have prepared some information regarding the growing product topic. As you may know, Bobst has been successful for more than 130 years on the market. And in July, the major shareholder, GBS Finance, which includes all the members of the founding families, has offered to buy all the shares of Bobst Group. This means that the company will be going private, owned by the family, and this is in this way to show a strong dedication to the industry while supporting the GBF long-term strategy. And now, Bodo will give you some facts on our portfolio, on our vision, but also on the market trends.
So thank you, Virginie. I have prepared 3 slides for you, and I will start with the Bobst industry vision. And as you can see, our world is relatively complex. So we have on top of the slide, you see the packaging value chain. Everything starts with a brand owner. We have designer, we have production machines, and so it follows up to the end consumer. And below you see all the different production manufacturing processes for packaging, which is available. And to the left, in writing, you see the high expectations of all the stakeholders towards this process. So the Bobst industry vision is really the centerpiece of Bobst leading innovation. And what it's all about, it is meant to connect the converters to an automated and digitized workflow. So everything starts with the brand owner. The brand owner has an idea for a packaging unit, and he is creating data. And the data are put into files, and they are defining the artwork and later on the structural design. So it is very important to handle in a very efficient way the data in these complex process. And the Bobst solution to help our converters to do so is Bobst Connect. So Bobst Connect is the little red cloud you see in the middle of the packaging chain and the machinery. And Bobst Connect is able to share in a very efficient way data between machines and machines or humans and humans. And this all enables the process owner to be more effective in maximizing the consumer experience. Or how I would say it in my words, the Bobst industry vision will help us to get closer to zero-fault packaging, to maximize the machine output and machine performance, to minimize packaging units costs, and to be more sustainable. So Bobst is active in 4 industry sectors. which is the corrugated board industry, folding carton industry, flexible material and label industry. And Bobst is covering many different processes from coating, laminating, printing, converting, or a combination of all these different processes in one inline machine together for one pass productivity. We are offering different performance levels of our machines. So Master represents the peak performance level, and this is then followed by the Expert, Vision, or NovaCut level. And we have offering over wide format ranges. So we have narrow mid-web, 106, 145, up to 2.1 meter size corrugated board die cutting machines. And I think the largest width we are offering is on the folder gluer side with 3.5 meters. So we have a huge diversity on our machine range, but what I want to point out, all of these Bobst solution, all of these Bobst products have one thing in common. They can work on a 24/7 basis, constantly delivering best performance and best quality. And to make sure that it stays like this, Bobst needs to put the focus on innovation. And the innovation focus is on digitalization, automation, connectivity, and sustainability. And all our converters, of course, they love that Bobst products are leading, because leading products give them a competitive advantage and gives them superior quality with innovative features. And to round it up, also Bobst offers a wide range of high-end services covering production support and process optimization. So life could be so easy, but unfortunately we are surrounded by many, many challenges. And we need to state that our market environment remains very dynamic. So there's a growing demand for more agile production, and this is pushing the trend to short runs. This is increasing the number of setup times. This is creating downtime. There's the trend for more convenience and shopping. So the consumers, they don't want to wait in line or in a queue. So there we have the trend for e-commerce. There is the increasing awareness about plastic waste, and therefore the demand for more sustainable packaging solutions. And with COVID, we learned that we need to live with shortages. So all of a sudden, the supply chain is interrupted, products are not arriving. On top, recently we face inflation, increasing energy cost, and increasing raw material cost. And all this is embedded in the demand of zero-fault quality, as non-quality is not sellable, simply means waste of time and resources. So the idea is that Virginie and myself, we will guide you through the Competence Center. So my presentation now is followed by a little video. This video will give me the time to relocate to a digital inspection table, which I will present to you live. So hello, I think I am back. So welcome to the digital inspection table. Bobst has launched this product in 2018, mainly for corrugated board applications. And now we are in front of the digital inspection table, folding carton 106. What is the main difference between the corrugated and the folding carton one? Here the folding carton one works with 3 laser projectors to have a high resolution image in case we are using the augmented reality. Then this table is equipped with a high resolution digital camera. So everything what we are doing with this table can be digitized and directly sent to a digital quality report. So this means in future we don't need to carry around maps, physical maps. Everything what we are doing, everything what we are measuring in terms of quality, we can digitize, and it is put directly in a digital report. So this screen also is the main operating screen of the table, and then we can also add another screen, which is an HMI screen, which can also be used to operate a machine, a die cutter, hot foil stamping machine, or a folder gluer machine. But we can also connect third-party quality control equipment, and here you see an example of a C2 Creasy, which we have attached and we can use for quality checks. So now let's talk about the use cases. So imagine we have a proof, a validated proof from a brand owner, and we, as the converter, now we need to consolidate the structural design and the artwork. So to make sure that the structural design which the tool maker has delivered to us, we can make visible the die line and the creasing line and check if the structural design which has been delivered by the tool maker fits to the artwork. And then, of course, we like to see if the artwork, the latest artwork file fits to, we need to see if the latest artwork file fits to the validated proof of the brand owner. And what it's all about is that we project the artwork file and we make a comparison to a physical sample. And of course, we need to train ourselves a little bit to see if everything is in line. But you might notice that the EIN code here we have an issue with. So something is wrong, the EIN code doesn't fit, so something has happened in the transfer of the data. So it was good that we double checked to the validated proof of the brand owner before we invest in printing plates. So this is one use case I like to explain. I have another one. We have the digital inspection table is equipped with different lighting systems. So we can have lighting from below, we can have bright light, which I explained, and we have lighting from above, which is a norm light to check print quality. So now you can see this pharma box we have here, and this box has been brailled. So now we can play with the braille light, and we can easily see the braille light is creating a shadow, so we can easily see the braille which has been performed, put on the box. And now we can look if the braille dots really fit to the layout. So everything what is supplied in green means yes, the dot has been produced in the correct way, embossed in the red way, and everywhere where we see a red sign, there should be no dot. But now we notice, so this is 100 milligram, but the box has produced 500 milligram, so we have discovered another mistake. So the braille light should basically look, should look like this. And you can see that we have here a red dot, which does not fit, so they are to the real embossing. So we have mixed 100 milligram with 500 milligram. So these are just two use cases to get you introduced to this digital inspection table. And I will pass on now to Virginie, who will explain you the next machine live, the Expert Fold.
Okay, good. Thank you, Bodo. Thank you for this great demonstration, and I'm sure that everyone behind the screen loved it. So, the digital inspection table is not the only quality control system we have in our portfolio. Now we are moving to the folding gluing stage, as you can see. I'm with two folder gluers. But first, I'd like to give a strong message. This year, 2022, is a special year for folder gluers, for POPS folder gluers, since they are celebrating their 80 years anniversary. So happy birthday, folder gluers. Indeed, the first POPS folder gluer was launched in 1942, and since folder gluers have become a leader on the market with innovation, device, and peripherals. And here in the Competence Center, we have different folder gluers, but we will focus on the configuration that is ideally suited for the pharma box you just saw with Bodo. So let me just pick it, show you. So you saw this box with Bodo on the digital inspection table. And this machine, the Expert Fold in size 80, is ideally configured for the production of this type of box. But first, let me give you some information about the Expert Fold. The Expert Fold is the most versatile and highly efficient, I would say, for folding carton in its range. It allows to produce any type of box in a wide range of materials. It provides very short make readies, short changeovers for maximum uptime. And as I said, the machine is very versatile. It means that it can be configured with different devices or peripheral. And here, this configuration for ideally suited for pharmaceuticals is equipped with first, we have here the AccuCheck, our inline quality control system that makes zero-fault packaging a reality. How does it work? The AccuCheck inspects every blanks during the production at high speeds, and when a defect is detected, it will filter and eject automatically the defective boxes without impacting the production flow. This is important. Then we have the AccuBraille unit. It is a patented device that allows to emboss the braille dots on every blank. So again, the box we saw before on the digital inspection table. You can see here the dots that we applied, high quality dots that are totally compliant with the pharmaceutical regulation. Just to show you the tool that helps to apply the dots on the blanks. And then at the end of the line, we have, as you can see, we have an outlet peripheral over there It is the Carton Pack 4 and the case erector. And it's automatic packer that automatically fills the container ready to be shipped to the final customer. I have prepared one box to show you one layer, to show you how one layer looks when it's filled in the container. So Michael, my colleague, will follow me to show you how it looks. So here we have one container filled with one layer of finished boxes, all aligned and ready to receive the next layer after, on top of the sheet, the insert. So, as I said at the beginning, this versatile machine is the perfect answer to the actual trends of short runs, cost-efficient production, and also zero-fault packaging production. And now, if we move to the next, to another topic, another trend, the e-commerce trends. We also recently introduced an Expert Fold, another Expert Fold, the Expert Fold 165 e-commerce, the perfect answer to the growing demand in e-commerce. So this Expert Fold is more suited to small format packaging production and also litholam production. It can produce complex boxes in one single pass instead of two. This means our customer will be able to double their production capabilities. Unfortunately, we don't have this folder grower in our competence center, but I suggest we all watch the product video together to see how it looks and how it works.
So, hello again. Now we are in front of a real masterpiece, a real powerhouse, the MasterCut 1.65 PER. So Master, this indicates it is a peak performance range. 1.65 means, explains the format. So here we are working on the format size 7, so 1650 millimeter sheet width and 1300 millimeter running length. P stands for power register, and this is an optical sheet-fed registration system which assures a perfect cut-to-print quality. And the power register works with register marks, which have been here printed on the sheet to align into the register. E stays for stripping and R stays for blanking. So what is special about this machine here? It is a 3-in-1 die cutter. Why 3-in-1? Because it can handle litho-laminated sheets, it can handle corrugated board up to 7 millimeter thickness, and it can handle folding carton from 300 gram per square meters onwards. So for litho-laminating, we use sheet fed offset printed sheets with a high quality, and to make sure that the surface of this printed sheet doesn't get damaged, we work with a top feeder. Normally, corrugated board die cutters, they work with a bottom feeder, and there you have the risk that the surface gets damaged. So here on this machine, you see that we are working with a top feeder. Also, we are staying in front of the machine. You see a logistic system. This assures auto non-stop operation at the feeder. The feeder we call, in fact, smart feeder because it can communicate with the power register. This is very important for automation and to liberate the operator from manual tasks. So imagine the sheets are always arriving too late at the intersection. The power register would notice this and gives the feedback to the feeder to accelerate so that the timing of the sheet arrival is always correct. Or you can imagine that the sheets, they are arriving always too far on the operator side. So when they arrive too far on the operator side, the power register can also notice this and can send back a feedback to the smart feeder, and the smart feeder can move the pile automatically into the center line position. So now we go and move up to the machine. So the operating of the Mastercut is working with an HMI sphere, and this HMI sphere system you find basically on over the complete Bobst product range. So we can store machine settings for repetitions. So this HMI can store 5,000 recipes for repeat jobs. Of course, then for the operator, it would be difficult to find the correct recipe for the specific job. But of course, Bobst also has a solution for that. And this solution we call Tool Link. So what is tooling doing? Tooling moves the tools into the digital age. We are able to give the tool a specific identity by applying an RFID chip into the die cutting tool. This RFID chip is then recognized by the machine, and because the machine knows the tool identity, it knows automatically the right settings for this specific job. So this saves a lot of setup time during the changeover of a machine. So this machine can run with 7,000 sheets per hour and can apply a cutting force of 550 tons. So it's plenty of tonnage. Then we are working with a stripping station and we are working with a blanking station. Of course, they are all equipped with quick lock and centerline settings to shorten the setup. What is special about this machine is that we are not working with a high pile delivery, but with a batch delivery. This means we do the blanking and we create batches like this, who are constantly auto non-stop going out of the machine. And behind the machine, you will notice the peripheral system, which handles the blanks depending on their layout in a way that the stacking of the wooden pallet for transportation is always done in an optimized way, not to waste any volume during transportation. So now you like to see the machine running live. So we will switch on the movie and you will see the machine in production. Of course, we must not forget to talk about sustainability. And to be sustainable, Bobst has invented for a wide range of machinery the Bobst Energy Recovery System, like we have here available on the Mastercard 1.65 PR. So this means in case the machine needs to stop, we can transfer the kinetic energy into electrical energy, which can then be used in the electrical grid. So a very sustainable solution available on a wide range of Bobst hot foil stampers and die cutting machines. But you will now hear more about sustainability from Marco Lideo, who's the head of our product line.
We decided to take a massive leap in our department in the last couple of years. We have actively been working on ways to implement innovative features that will drastically improve the carbon footprint and optimize energy consumption. To do so, we introduced greener solutions at the very beginning of the development process. Please follow me to get to know more about our new way of thinking. Imagine that we can save 60 tons of cartons for a production of 50 million sheets per year. Wouldn't that be amazing? Well, we made it happen. One of our biggest breakthroughs is the method where we have found to improve the register process layout. This allowed us to save a significant amount of raw material. As you may know, compressed air is required through different elements across the machine during production. Our R&D department developed solutions that drastically reduce air consumption whilst keeping performance stable. Furthermore, the engineering around our product line's energy management has been revamped to recover as much energy as possible. We developed innovation capable of saving up to 6% of energy, which corresponds to a 5-room apartment electricity consumption for 1 year in Switzerland. All these breakthroughs are contributing to drastically reducing energy consumption and carbon footprint. At product line DSF Lam, we have at heart to find innovative solutions to make your daily tasks easier and to be as sustainable as possible to ensure a brighter future for all of us.
So now we are back.
Decided to
We are
take a
hoping
massive
you
leap.
liked what you have seen. I like to give a little summary of the presentation. So the Bobst Industry Vision is really the centerpiece of Bobst, leading innovation to provide answers of today's and future challenges. And digitalization plays a very important role in the packaging value chain, and the Bobst solution is Bobst Connect to make sure that the machines can communicate between each other, including all stakeholders. Increasing automation is very important to reduce operator intervention, and this is also the answer to the reduced run length we are observing. Zero-fault quality is a non-negotiable fact, and Bobst solutions, two Bobst solutions you have seen today, it's the AccuCheck inline quality control system in the ExpertFold and the digital inspection table. And of course, finally, Bobst continues to focus on efficiency and energy savings to drive together with you into a sustainable future. So we are arriving at the end of our presentation. So thank you very much, Virginie.
Thank you to you, Bodo.
Yeah. Thank you. Amazing. Big thank you to the team which is working behind the scenes. And of course, thank you to Morten and the audience.
It's actually fantastic. I mean, to see how you in 30-35 minutes are able to basically take the audience through some really groundbreaking things, basically. Because if we take it a little bit from the end, the energy savings, the commitment to the green agenda. I mean, everybody talks about it, but here it really seems that you are doing some serious effort to reduce energy and reduce and also capturing the kinetic energy, as you spoke about. When we look at our housing, I can tell you I live in a house in Denmark. It's pretty cold here in the winter. One of the things I really want to aim for in the future is that to have a house that is zero energy or even net positive energy. Is that at all, is that a path also in the industrial thing, or is it more about reducing it to an absolute minimum?
I think we need to find an answer to this question. I think we will always consume energy, but the question is how sustainable it will be produced. Will it be CO2 neutral? And I think it's not anymore a question; it's a must. We need to deliver.
And when I start asking you in the introduction whether you are a market driver or you're market driven, the demand for the focus on energy, is that from the brand owners and from the converters, or is it from the society? I mean, where does the commitment that Bobst gives to the market, what drives it?
I mean, being not sustainable can be very reputation damaging. So if the end consumer is unhappy with a certain packaging, the brand owner will suffer. Behind the brand owner, the converter will suffer, and the converter will pass the pressure to us as a machine manufacturer. So we are all involved, we are all responsible, we are all required to work on sustainable solutions.
And then starting from your presentation of the digital board, you shown it to me in a previous session. You and
Fast forward.
Yeah. But that was only 45 seconds or something like that. So that was like but here, I mean, it's very, very clear that also in relation to fault-free production, which is like very important, of course, but even more important is also when you look at the difficulties of having enough substrates and basically pre-production, that you can monitor things to the details. And I really like that you could see the die lines, you could see the braille, you could see everything. Is customer embracing this technology? Is that something that you see in the market now, or is it still like relatively new, or how is it with that?
No, it's not relatively new. I mean, we launched it for corrugated board applications in 2018, and since then it's available on the market. We have several customers buying several units of this system. We have launched it last year for the folding carton sector, and quality is a non-negotiable fact. I mean, if you can
100%.
avoid, and if you can, I mean, it's not only impacting on sustainability, but if you produce non-quality, then you waste all the resources and you waste the time. So and it can be very, very costly. So
It can also jeopardize a customer relationship. I mean, if you
100%,
deliver non-quality to the customer,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that would
So-
be a huge problem, of course. Yeah.
So brand owners are constantly interested what type of quality assurance converters are providing for their production. And yes, the AccuCheck or the power register or digital inspection table can be one solution also to present from the converter side to the brand owner, say we are equipped in the right way to assure the quality for you.
So it's actually also a selling argument. So when you go to brand owners, that you can have all the quality control prior to print, of course. And Virginia, then I have also to congratulate you on your gluing line. I mean, 80 years. That is, I mean, when you think of 80 years. I actually downloaded a film with the Stevie Wonder's "Happy Birthday" to you, but I thought maybe that would basically just take it off because of copyright issues afterwards, so I would not play it. But I can tell you a funny thing, and I think that people sometimes think, okay, 80 years, okay, that's of course a long time. But think about it, no internet, no Walmarts, no Amazon, no large stores as we know them today, printing machines that were considerably different and slower than it is today, no mass media, no social media. I mean, sometimes when you take technology into perspective, it is quite interesting. As you know, another Swiss company, Hunkler, they have a 100 years anniversary this year. And I was actually writing a story about them and looking into how the printing industry looked 100 years ago. I mean, just 20 years after you started with the gluing line. And it is amazing what has happened from a technology perspective, from a consumer perspective. And so a warm congratulations and great to see that 80 years is, I take there's a huge difference between the first machine and the latest machine, right?
Of course. Less automation, less versatility, etc. But the funny story is that we still have customers with the first machine still in production.
Wow.
But for a totally different type of packaging.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
of course, it shows a long-lasting product we put 80 years ago on the market.
And that is also, you know, sometimes when people talk about, you know, I have a 11 years old Mercedes as a car, right? And maybe the 11 years Mercedes is the same kind of, not comparable, but quality, you know, it's more expensive than buying a whatever Fiat or something like that, but it lasts longer. And I think it's maybe the same without knowing the prices of Bob's, but I'm just the really high quality production you do have a long investment frame, and I think that it's also a certainty to the market that when you invest in Bob's, it has a really serious time to make money for your customers, right?
I mean, Bob's machines lasting decades, and this is also arriving to the fact that we are offering still operator and service training for machines which are not anymore in production. So if you go here, next time you go here to Lausanne, I show you our training center. Of course, we have the training for all the recently launched machines, but you also find machines with an older generation where the machines we still have here, and we do train service people as they still perform perfectly for our converters.
So when people have an old machine, let's say an old Bob's machine, let's say a 20 years old machine, and you talk to them today, I take that as you said, Virginia, as well, the more automation, the faster setup time. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons, even though you have a perfectly working machine, there's still a lot of good reasons to invest in your machines if you have the customers and the market for it.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, of course.
that was a very short and direct answer, I must say.
No. I mean, I think today we are offering solutions that are also very versatile. With one machine, you can produce a different type of packaging with short changeovers and short make readies. And this is the big differentiator that we have today compared to the previous machines of 20 years ago. It doesn't mean that they were not productive, but they were productive with one setup and to run the full day, for example.
And I mean, this is the typical question of a product life cycle. I mean, this is all about replacement, and if there are new technologies which are coming to the market, yes, then older generation of machine gets outdated. It is not anymore competitive, and this is then forcing the converters to reinvest.
Fantastic. Virginia and Bodo, I would like to thank you very much for a fantastic walkthrough, and I really appreciate your time with us here on Enkish. So thank you very much. For in just 5 minutes, we have actually APG, and they have invited Paolo Grasso from Artega to talk about the EcoLeaf solution, a new, really groundbreaking new technology that we are waiting to see. So guys, thank you to Bobs, and thank you for your continuing support of what we do, and appreciate your time with us here on Enkish. So have a wonderful day, and hopefully we see each other soon.
Yes, hopefully we'll see each other
Hopefully.
soon. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
This is Morten from Inkish again, and we are about to have our fantastic second session here of today. And we have Paolo, and actually we also have Matt. And it's not because he doesn't want to appear, but his webcam caused him some issues. But at least we can see a nice shadow of him. I didn't have time enough to find a photo of you, Matt.
That's right. That's right. It's genuinely my camera. I have an 8-month-old daughter at home, and it's not because I had a bad night's sleep and I'm hiding my face. I do actually have a genuine camera issue, so apologies for that.
No worries. So Paolo, I spoke to Matt the other day, so I will get back to him in a second, but this is the first time you are with me here on our Learn With Us finishing line. You work for a very exciting company right now, so tell us a little bit about your endeavors these days.
Thank you, Morten, and good morning, everyone. Yes, I do work for a very interesting company on a very interesting project. That's the reason why a year ago I decided to make a big jump in my life, in my career, joining Actiga Metal Print for this venture on EcoLeaf, which is a disruptive solution to create embellishment, metallization in particular, removing completely the foil from the equation. So it's a completely plastic-free and totally sustainable process.
One thing is that you want to remove the foil, but you will also eliminate, because basically with EcoLeaf, as I understand it, you have I know we're going to talk about technology, but very simply said, it basically means that you apply to the material where you want to add metallization some kind of, I call it a glue, let's call it whatever it is, yeah. And then basically, instead of having a foil where you only use fractions of it, you basically only apply the metallization where you have it. So that means you avoid the foiling, but you also only use the metallization that you actually need for that particular area, right?
We avoid the waste, yes, exactly. The waste, the unnecessary waste that foils bring along with the process, because that's the way it is.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of people, of course, have read and heard and seen, and as you know, I also spoke to your colleague Stefan Plentz just a few weeks ago. I was just wondering, it's not a secret that you acquired the technology from Rolanda years ago and have been continuing developing this for years. Can you say anything about what is the difficulty? I mean, it takes time to get things to market, I understand, but what is the difficulty? What is the challenge when you look at EcoLeaf as a technology?
Yeah, it's basically a stabilization issue. Mm-hmm. Now, you need to think to an EcoLeaf unit a little bit like an offset tower, but let's go back like 100 years ago. Offset was a very unstable process because you need to keep at very high speed this water and ink balance. And at every spin, you want the blanket to pick up as good as possible the ink and to separate as much as possible from water, and then as fast as possible to transfer ink to the substrate. Well, we have today, where EcoLeaf is on its day one, exactly the same kind of issue. So it's the spinning speed that where we want to stabilize our cocktail and keep it completely separate water from metal flakes. So that's what is really the difficulty.
And I feel for you, because if we talk about offset 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it was only 8,000 sheets an hour. Now we have something that is completely faster. So you start on a higher difficulty level, right? And so that's one thing. Another thing I also want to, for the audience, just to understand that is EcoLeaf is actually not like it is kind of digital, but it's not digital because the transfer process itself is analog, right? So basically, so you can't compare it to like the digital embellishment machines we see from Kurtz and from Scodex and from MGI, because it's a totally different. You don't have an inkjet head that applies anything to.
We do.
You do.
Let me correct you.
Yeah.
Morten. So yes, EcoLeaf itself. So the metallization process is a totally analogic process. As I say, this you can shortly describe it like an offset unit. Okay, but the way we apply our trigger image,
That
which
is an
what we
inkjet
define
device,
like a glue,
basically, or
that can be either flexo or flatbed screen or digital. And there, if you go for an inkjet print bar, there you have a complete digital process, same like the digital foiling processes. So our portion is to substitute the foil, not the process in which we apply the glue.
okay. Actually, I knew that, so I feel a little bit stupid that I said it wrong. Damn it. Okay, but that's how it is when things are live, that you can't prepare yourself good enough for saying the things that is just bullshit. Matt, we can't see you, but I know you're there. So why is Ecoleaf interesting? I mean, because you invited Paolo to participate as your guest on this show here. Why is Paolo and Ecoleaf interesting for ABG?
Oh, it's incredibly interesting for us, Morten. We sell a lot of equipment into the embellishment space and have done for many years for finishing of wine labels, cosmetic labels, you name it, anything with foil or screen on. We have machines out there all around the world producing very high-end labels and packaging. And for us, the ability to have a more sustainable embellishment process was really exciting for us. And we started talking to Actiga probably, I don't know, Paolo, 3 or 4 years ago, I guess, maybe longer.
Just when Paolo started, then, or actually before.
before Paolo started, yes. And I remember seeing the original technology on the Lander booth many years ago at Drupa. And we see this as an exciting. It's an exciting technology for ABG to be able to leverage, first of all, and to offer our customers a way to produce their labels and packaging in a more sustainable way, because sustainability is here to stay. It's front and center of everyone's mind, and this is one solution that we would like to bring to market. And we're very excited about this partnership, and great to have Paolo on the call with me today.
Of course. We were all three in Chicago last week at the Label Expo show, and I briefly said hello to you as well, Paolo. As I understand the collaboration, and also understand what Ecoleaf and Actiga brings to the table, is basically a module that fits into the ABG line. So basically you have your typical conversion line, and then you add a module with the Ecoleaf. Is that correctly understood, or have I screwed it up again for myself?
No. It is fully correct. Ecoleaf is a flexible small module that can be installed on the ABG converting embellishment lines, or also on any other printing press machine, new or existing one, maybe on rails, where it's nice to have the movability option of Ecoleaf.
And when you were in Chicago, you didn't have a running machine there. Is that because it's still not in market, or what is the time frame right now for getting Ecoleaf to market? I know you have some beta sites, of course, but I'm very curious about when it's broadly available.
No, it is actually broadly available. The reason why we presented in Chicago is because we even officially opened up the North American market with this event. So we are ready to go to market also in North America. In Europe, we already have commercial installations beside the beta sites that you refer to. So it is commercially available. The only reason why it was not up and running in Chicago is because we, as usual, came a little late, and the setup of machines that ABG had on exhibition was already sold to somebody in the US, and those were not projects with Ecoleaf yet. So. But luckily enough, we were able to at least exhibit Ecoleaf after Drupa 2016. That was its first appearance.
Okay. I just want to say, Can I just say one more thing? Because I just want to say to the people that watches this, when I spoke to Stefan Plentz about it, we spoke also about the power of having Arctica as the owner of Ecoleaf, because basically Arctica is well known globally, and therefore, I mean, when you invest in Ecoleaf, you're not investing in a startup. You're basically investing in a very, very well consolidated company where you have a service organization that are capable of handling everything that you need to handle, right? Is that? I mean, I think that's important to mention to people that may not know about it, right?
Thank you for reminding this, Morten. Absolutely, it's very correct. Arctica has a global presence, and in North America, we have a huge setup, so that will help us to get faster to the market with all the services that Ecoleaf will require, which is consumables, basically.
And Matt, I think you must be upset with me right now, because since Paolo is on camera and you're not, I talk more to Paolo than I talk to you, right?
It's not a problem. It makes my life a lot easier. So please carry on.
No, I have a question for you as well, because I mean, basically, as we spoke about the other day, when we look at the offerings and the technology that you provide, how important is it to partner with not just with Ecoleaf, but having partners in general? We spoke about the relationship you have with CERM and the customers with the merchant labels last time, for example. But how important is it for a company like ABG to have these partnerships?
It's very, very important. I mean, we're experts in one particular area, and if we want to broaden our product offering to our customers, we need to work with other companies who are experts in their particular area, and we're very privileged and pleased to be working with Arctica and the Altana Group on the Ecoleaf technology. Fantastic chemistry company, and that's going to allow us to offer our customers, I think, a market-leading sustainable foiling technology.
And speaking of Label Expo last week, even though you couldn't show it, I saw some of the samples that you brought to your booth, to ABG booth, where you were exhibiting together with Matt, Paolo. It looks really cool. It looks like the thing we know, and I think also that is the advantage is that when you look at that on the Ecoleaf, you can basically choose whether you have an overprint or you basically use it as more like a typical foiling kind of application. I think that is also good to mention, by the way. Matt, did you get any orders on the Ecoleaf in Chicago, or any interest in that setup that you were presenting?
We've got a lot of interest, and I think just to go back to something you said earlier about the beta testing, we've been beta testing with some of our customers for several years now, two in Europe and on mainland Europe, and we've recently put one into the UK as well for the digital trigger image, which we'll talk a little bit about later on in the presentation. So we are now, in the past couple of months, we've officially released the module into our product portfolio, and we're going to be doing some kick-off events at the end of the year in our UK facility and bringing customers in to demonstrate the technology in our factory on our demo line. So it's really hot off the press. I'm sure we're going to sell a lot of modules and make Paolo very happy. But it's early days, so come back in 6 months' time and ask me the same question, and I'll hopefully have a lot of orders to talk about.
I always like talking to you, Matt, so why not? So that's not a problem. You have prepared a presentation and also a film about Ecoleaf. What should we get started with?
Well, why don't we? I mean, the first slide is just.
I just turn on the presentation.
This is, we've done all this, so why not play the video? It's got sound on, so we can play the video with sound. That'd be great.
I will go to play the video right now, so stay tuned for a second.
Great.
AB Graphic International are pleased to share Ecoleaf, a climate-conscious approach to metallized embellishment. By working with Arctica, we are able to offer a solution that is 5 times more sustainable than conventional cold foiling. The Ecoleaf print metallization unit can be installed on an ABG Digicon or converter and is easily retrofittable onto your existing ABG finishing line. designed to reduce waste whilst offering a high-quality embellishment. 1 kilogram of EcoLeaf metal flakes is the equivalent to 3 tons of conventional foil. This technology works by applying a UV trigger image. This trigger image is applied by either flexo, screen printing, or a digital inkjet solution, and creates a haptic image similar to a 3D effect. Having been UV cured, the trigger image attracts and bonds with the metal flakes inside the EcoLeaf unit, producing a high-quality and highly sustainable metallized finish, similar to traditional foiling techniques, but without the waste. And by using an overprinted varnish, you can achieve foiled effects in any color, including gold. Better for the environment without compromising on quality. EcoLeaf can reduce CO2 emitted on like-for-like print runs by more than 50%, helping you to reduce your business's carbon footprint, while still delivering the highest level of finishing needed for wine and spirit application. Contact ABG today to find out more about sustainable finishing.
Fantastic, guys. Are we back? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you too. So, do you want to continue with the presentation and then we talk a little bit further afterwards?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got a presentation, but I think Paolo and I just wanted to do it more like a conversation. So, if there's anything that you want to chip in with, Morten, feel free to,
super.
To chip in on. Basically, what is EcoLeaf? You know, we touched on that on the video, and Paolo knows a lot more about it than I do. But we see this as an option for our customers to reduce the amount of waste in the metallization of embellished labels, using the precise amount of metal required and no need for hot or cold foil, and no need for the plastic carriers and all the logistics and the costs and the shipping and the CO2 emissions involved with shipping these big rolls of foil around the world. The EcoLeaf process in 3 steps. So hopefully you're going to see. Can you see the video, Morten?
Looks fine. Yep.
Great, it's playing. Great, fantastic. So as Paolo was talking earlier on, there's 3 main steps in the EcoLeaf process. The step 1 is the printing and the curing of the trigger image, and as you mentioned earlier, we can do that with flexo, rotary or flatbed screen, and more recently, we are in partnership with Actiga, we are beta testing an inkjet trigger image. You would then cure that trigger image with UV, so we fully cure that trigger image. And then the second part of this process is that we pass that cured trigger image into the EcoLeaf metallization unit. And this process, we transfer the metal pigments onto that trigger image, and they only stick to the area where the trigger image is present. Hopefully that makes sense, Morten, to you. I don't know if that helps with
I do understand it. Don't worry.
Great, cool. And then the final thing we can do is we can overprint. So at the moment, the metallization effect that we can offer our customers is a silver, but we can overprint that silver to create a wide range of metallic colors and effects, including gold. And you can overprint with flexo, with screen, and also with inkjet. So it's a very versatile product in terms of the trigger image and the overprint technology. And Paolo, I don't know whether you want to talk more a little bit more detail around the metallization unit and what's going on in that magic box.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Perhaps we would like to explain the audience that what we do in this unit is to recreate the monolayer and the monolith layer of metal flakes, which every converter finds on the reverse side of foils. So we mechanically reproduce that on a donor roller, okay, which is the central unit that you see here rotating, and we create this mirrored like effect of metal flakes, perfectly flat orientated, so that they really mirror the great majority of light, and then we transfer them only to the designated areas where the trigger image was met. So up to this process, let's say everything is equal to the industry of foils, with the great difference that there is no plastic involved at all in this. So we only process the metal flakes, and we don't use plastic as a carrier of those flakes into our machine, in our unit.
Great. So just to follow on from what we've just talked about, so the trigger image can be applied with Flexo, with screen, or with inkjet for the finest possible metallization effect with the highest resolution. We would use a Flexo trigger image. For more tactile metallic effects, so one of the other benefits of this technology is we can create 3D tactile effects by using screen technology for the trigger image, and that sits very well on papers and films, and can be very interesting for beverage label applications. And then finally, we also have the inkjet trigger image that we're working on with Actiga at the moment, and we have a beta site in the UK right now to create a full digital process. So printing the trigger image digitally and then applying the EcoLeaf technology on top to create a variable digital foil or metallization effect. Anything else, Paolo, you want to add on that?
Each printing method, of course, has its own benefits. And like you said, for example, on the high definition of flexography, the advantage is that it's a KISS printing technology. So we are able to match perfectly fine lines, details like QR or barcodes. And I would say even much better than the foils, because what we don't have here is the stripping effect. In foils, you laminate your cold foil onto the wet image, wet glue, and then you go through the UV lamp and then you strip off the foil. But when you do the stripping on the fine lines, you tend to have a sort of dented, broken details, which is not happening with EcoLeaf, because we have not having foil, we don't have any stripping defect. So we are able to enhance even further the quality of fine details. And then those haptic effects are really nice on open fiber papers like wine and spirits industry, where according to the type of mesh that we are going to use, we can really apply very thick layers of trigger image, and therefore to have this kind of 3D deposition of metal, which really looks fine.
You said that, of course, the glue is the transfer for thing is the trigger image is UV cured before you have the EcoLeafs. Does that mean that the technology can be used on almost any substrate?
Yes, I would really say so. I mean, we tried it on all coated, uncoated papers, filmic substrates, including IML. So obviously there are still a few limitations here and there on the vast variety of PS labels that are available today in the industry. But for those where we have still limitations, we also have workaround solutions with primers. So I would say yes, the range of substrates on which we can apply it is really kind of infinite.
Cool. Paolo, do you want to comment on the flakes?
I will perhaps. So here, what we try to explain is, because EcoLeaf is a fantastic alternative to foils, but also to many metallized substrates, and also in many cases for our narrow web industry, it's a good alternative to rotogravure inks, which our tendency is inexpensive, good looking, but definitely not in the same quality range like foils. So just as an example, here on the left we have a picture from the microscope of a fragmented, mechanically produced conventional pigments, which you normally find in gravure or metallic inks. And you can see that the flakes are quite irregular on dimensions, very variable, very broken. They have very broken edges, and when they lay down, in most cases, they don't have time enough to set properly flat. Therefore, they have this irregular positioning and tilting. The result we see from the drawing at the top is that most of the light is then scattering on the edges of the flakes. So we have with gravure inks very little reflection rate of the image, of the metallic image. While on the right-hand side, we see the PVD flakes. Those are physical vacuum deposited flakes, which is exactly the technology that is used in manufacturing foils. The only difference is that in the foil industry, the foil remains the carrier of those pigments to the machine point throughout the ocean and throughout transportation on trucks, etc. While in our process, we simply scrap off these PVD flakes from the foil which is used to manufacture the flakes, and we collect those flakes in a water dispersion. And there is where with 1 kilogram of our flakes, we are able to substitute up to 3 tons of plastic foils from being transported all around the world. These PVD flakes are extremely smaller than conventional pigments. They are much more regular in shape. What we do in the EcoLeaf unit with that offset process that I was trying to explain, we polish them perfectly flat on the surface of our donor roller so that they take this monolith appearance that you see in the microscope picture. And being so flat and so even, we have a very high reflection rate. So most of the light will reflect on the surface and just a minimal portion will be scattering in every direction. There is where we are able to achieve today that wow effect on samples that Morten was referring to from Chicago, where we really look like a foil mirrored quality.
Great.
Cool. So the other fantastic opportunity with this technology, and we talked about this earlier, is to overprint the EcoLeaf metallization effect with different colors. And through this, we can create a wide range of metallic effects using only one base pigment in terms of the silver. You can see some examples on the screen here, but this opens a huge range of possibilities for our customers to provide metallic effects in a very simple way. When you actually look at a unit and you run, and I've seen them running obviously through our beta testing and development stages, there's a lot less going on for the operator in terms of setting a job up and running a job in comparison to traditional hot foil and cold foil effects. And I think that through this process is also allowing us to de-skill the metallization effect that will be applied to labels and packaging. And then once we've done that, we can then apply an overprint color to change the effect and the overall look of the EcoLeaf. I don't know, Paolo, if you wanted to mention anything else on that front?
Yep, no, I
Okay.
think you had it perfectly here.
I did something right. Thank you. Great. And then Paolo's obviously mentioned this already, but the main driver behind ABG's interest in the partnership is the fact that this is a significantly more sustainable solution in comparison to existing foil technologies. And yes, it's in its infancy, and yes, it's early days, but longer term, we see a huge potential for this EcoLeaf technology in our market space. And as ABG, we want to sell as many units as possible. But it's a fantastic solution, has real significant impact on customers' CO2 footprints when producing foil-like effects and metallization on packaging. We talked about the reduction in logistics requirements. We're only applying the pigments where we need them. The massive reduction in the plastic production, technology adjustments towards new food regulations, and obviously the CO2 footprint implications of shipping pigments that you see on the right-hand side as opposed to huge rolls of foil is significant. And it's worthwhile noting that, when people use hot foil and cold foil today, they're typically only using 10 or 20% of that foil that is on the roll. The rest of it is wasted and scrapped, and most of it is incinerated. So it's an extremely wasteful process. And Paolo, I don't know whether you want to talk about the auditing and the study that you did.
Yes, especially because I think really here we need to have a look at that like with a holistic approach. Like you correctly mentioned, Matt, it's about logistics. It's about this industry used to use this technology for the last probably 100 years, first with hot stamping and nowadays mostly with cold foils. And everybody in the industry seems to accept this fact that, yes, I buy full width of roll and I'm available to waste 90-80% of it. In best cases, when they can use the foils twice or change the imposition of the graphics, they are probably able to save, let's say, 50% of the metal quality that is carried on the foil. But they accept that the balance becomes a scrap after a few minutes or a few hours of production. It is accepted because that until yesterday was actually the only way to get quality metallization on labels or any other printed job. But from tomorrow with EcoLeaf, we are really trying to change this disaster of wastage. And there is where we say with 1 kilogram of our metal pigments, because you can imagine that it's a very light powder, so we can transport tons of that in the space of containers and probably ships of foil industry. So we are able really to become a game changer for the industry, for the ESG plans of our customers and the brand owners, because at the end of the day, all this goes in the benefit of the planet, so the consumers, but I would say majorly for the brand owners who are really searching for solutions to become more and more sustainable and to have a green messaging. On top of that, EcoLeaf is not just sustainable, a lot more sustainable than foils, and this we prove with our life cycle assessment study. But it's also made for recycling. So we run several tests with Interceroc, which is an institutional laboratory, to make sure that EcoLeaf as a metal pigment is not going to interfere with the sorting plants, with the current technologies of scanners and cameras at the sorting plants. And we coated with EcoLeaf labels up to 75%, and we were absolutely able to read the type of container at the bottom. So being a PE bottle or a PET bottle, they remain fully recognizable. So this one is in particular against metallized substrates, which are normally not sortable with the current technologies in the plants. So it's a real game changer.
Fantastic. I have to be the devil's advocate. That's my job, right? The sustainability thing is great, and we are working on a magazine about sustainability. So I will get back to you on this on a later stage, because that could be interesting. I was thinking of when a company uses foil today and maybe move to EcoLeaf in the future. How worried should you be that it's a proprietary technology in case of monopoly market situations?
Well, yes, it's a very good point, Morten. I mean, if I was a converter, I would not be afraid, and still for many years, about this for a simple reason.
Because you have you need some time until you have 100% market dominance. That's what you mean, right?
We will never get it. We will never get it. And here I also want to tell to the competitors that feel maybe afraid or feared by EcoLeaf, the new Morningstar, and taking market portion. Yes, we will take, but I don't see foil to disappear, unfortunately, but good for my competitors from the equation, because it's such a well-developed industry, and for many applications we will not be suitable. So our aim is to take a portion of that. And I see these technologies will coexist in future. They will not kill each other.
That was actually my second question, because with all technologies, I totally understand that your job is, of course, to talk the EcoLeaf up, not not to talk anything other things down, but the market also, when you look at digital print, and if you look at flexo versus offset versus hybrids and things like that, there's often a truth in between, right? So I was just a little bit curious about those kind of things, but
exactly.
Super great.
I think Morten, what from an ABG perspective, we to add some context to that point, we feel that we will be selling cold foil and hot foil solutions for many years to come, but as a percentage of the foiling solutions that we sell to our customers, we believe that we will be selling more and more EcoLeaf solutions over the coming years.
But I understand that when you see a presentation and you see the numbers and you see the impact on the environment, of course it makes sense to do anything that is more sustainable. Of course it makes sense to make things that are easier to transport. It of course everything makes sense, and I think also from a consumer and a converter perspective, it's great to have something that technology evolves, and this is an opportunity to dig into technology that makes sense in almost everything. I think that what is interesting is when we start to see, and I appreciate you said that, Paolo, because I wouldn't say that I felt that it was a little bit like, okay, can we see something? We just didn't have the opportunity to see any printing companies yet utilizing it. But you say they are out there. We have just not visited them yet. So that is interesting, of course. So this is as you said, first phase or step one of a technology that will probably change a lot in this embellishment. And embellishment is not to go away. That is for sure.
Exactly. We don't want embellishment to go away, not because we are in that industry, because as consumers, we all like beauty, and we know that for brand owners, what is really selling is the eye-catching factor, right? And we all like beautiful things. So we want embellishment to stay and even to enhance it as much as possible. The problem is the other way around, is that the pressure is coming from the bottom, from the consumers, who
100%,
pretend to have more sustainable packaging. Unfortunately, sustainability and better quality normally don't go hands in hands. So which one do you want to prioritize? Well, with EcoLeaf, we give the possibility to brand owners to remain shiny on the shelf, but equally to increase their sustainability path a lot.
Do we have more slides, Matt?
Hold on. Yeah, some up, but I think we've talked about everything. So yeah, no, fire away. I think that's it, Morten.
Okay. I was just thinking that I will do this, and then I will add Matt to it again here, or the shadow of Matt.
Shape is pretty matching, by the way.
Yeah, it actually looks like. I mean, there's two versions of Matt because sometimes he has a beard and sometimes he is actually. So I understand why you are smiling, Paolo, because it seems that the innovation that started in Landa's lab in Israel years ago is getting to market, and we spoke about that it may not replace, but what is the market opportunity? If you see it from your perspective, is it? I think it seems there's a huge potential, but can you make it a global thing with the strength of Actega and the money it requires to get going, or and what is the time frame in your perspective to get like a reasonable market share?
Well, define a reasonable market share. I mean, we have our
I think
targets, of course.
Stefan wants it to be very fast, so tomorrow is better than yesterday, or something like this, right?
Don't tell me.
Don't tell me.
The pressure we have is amazing because, yes, Actega have invested many millions in this project, and will continue to invest because we see embellishment not ending up just in the self-adhesive label industry with the narrower machines, but we want really to go wider and approach one at a point in time also the sheet fed industry. That's where Stefan comes even more into the picture. But yeah, our targets are very high, and that's why we choose the partner, a technological partner like ABG, also to speed up the entrance into the market, because we consider ABG as the global leader in when it comes to innovation. I mean, if you go to their booth, there is not a single technical solution missing, right? So
That's true.
EcoLeaf perfectly fits like a cherry on the top of the entire ABG cake. And for us, the aim is to be able to substitute a good 10% of the global foil industry in the coming 10 years. Now, this path, how, let's say, stiff this curve towards taking such a portion will be, is difficult to say, because I think it will also be a lot legal, let's say, legislation driven. We see that green economy is getting more and more a topic. We see that the European community and all institutions push towards solutions, but with the war in Ukraine and now the lack of energies, we also see a little bit of throwback towards okay, whatever it is, as long as we do it. So time will also depend a lot, really, on the shared sensibility that the politicians will give to the industry.
I have one more question for you, Paolo, and then I have a few for you as well, Matt. A converter looking into this, when you can turn 1 kilo into, was it 3 million tons? 3 tons?
3 tons.
So that basically means that 1 kilo costs the same as 3 tons of foil, or?
Okay,
but I was just joking.
Yeah.
I was wondering how it is with the economy from a converter perspective.
Yeah, no. So the answer is yes and no, of course. So we sell EcoLeaf basically in the same values of foil, let's say not per kilo, but let's say per square meter. But what a converter really has to keep in mind is the entire process. So not just the square meter,
because they don't have the forms and they don't have the setup time. So basically, the total cost of production is different.
The total cost of ownership and the total cost of production, because in foils, everybody knows how many machine stops for changeover they have to go through, and that is a valuable time. It's machine time, it's operator, it's waste, because every machine stop leads to unnecessary waste due to registration, etc. And these are all factors that obviously needs to be kept into consideration when you compare a completely new technology, which is a green or red button. I need to metallize. I press green, and it acts like an ink unit, let me say, where as long as you have pigment inside, you can use it and reuse it until the end. And with one bucket, the customer could easily run for 1 year without stopping. So
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, there is where you really can get great economies.
And Matt, how important a KPI is it for APG when selling? Because today's topic is embellishment, and I take that as you said, cold foil and hot foil will not go away. Laser cutting is part of the embellishment process. If you look at the lamination, I mean, there's a lot of things going into that broader term of embellishment. When APG partners with Ecoleaf, how important is that in your positioning to the market in more general terms, not specifically to the Artega thing, and not to the partnership, but more to your customer side?
This is massively important. You know, it's showing our customers that we are a very innovative company, that we're trying to find new ways to make their businesses more profitable or to increase their sales through different types of embellishment. So this partnership and many of our other partnerships are incredibly important to us. And it becomes a module. You know, the other benefit of our technology is that it's a modular platform, and we can configure it like a Lego set, depending on what our customers want from us. So this is a fantastic module and technology for us to be able to offer our customers. It's also retrofittable as well. So, you know, we can go to our existing customer base, which is significant now, and offer them this technology as a retrofit. So it's incredibly exciting. It's part of a much bigger picture, but it's all about innovation and keeping our R&D and customer solutions going.
Gentlemen, it's been fantastic talking to you. It was a great pleasure to see that you were also joining, Paolo. So maybe you stole the scene a little bit, but that is how, you know, you can see that Matt, he is basically the hidden man behind everything, because he's just a shadow of himself, right? I hope you enjoyed this session here. I will cut it and trim it so it will be an individual episode on Engage TV later today. So I hope you have enjoyed everything, and both you two guys, but also the audience, of course. And I can tell you just before we will have a small 12 minutes break, and then we will have Uffe from GM is coming in to, I think he will actually show us some laser die cutting. It's not die cutting, laser cutting, in just at 12 o'clock. So again, thank you for being a very good supporter, Matt, and Paolo. Was great to meet you. I hope to see you both in person at some show or at a customer side or something like that very soon. And again, I thank you for your support of the finishing line. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for more.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, everyone.
Hello and welcome back here to a 3-point view, which is not supposed to be, so I just take this out. Now it's just me and Uffe. Uffe, third session here Friday about embellishment, and just a few days ago I had the pleasure of talking to you about GM and all the wonderful things you do, and today I think we have actually hauled through to your demo room, isn't that right?
Yes, thanks a lot for having me a whole 3 times. I mean, I must not be that boring. So yes, today we actually in our very nice, super equipped showroom where we have all our machinery here, and we're going to do some magic today. We're going to talk about one of the hot topics, digital embellishment. So I'm looking forward to share some of the magic with you today.
I don't know if you read, because I caught up the episode we did yesterday and put online, and I wrote that if passion flows in the veins, basically you are I mean, you were so passionate about not just the company but your customers and the labels, and I thought it must be very satisfying for customers working with a CEO that knows so much about the technology and at the same time is such a friendly face, to be honest. So Uffe, for a label converter, how important is the embellishment side for their business today?
Well, for a label converter, let's talk about the most important thing, that is actually profit. And I have prepared a few slides, but let's have the chat first here. And profit, that goes with being a little bit unique, and that goes hand in hand with embellishments. And in today's market, things are changing super fast and runs are shorter and shorter. And having digital embellishment, that is the best tool to fix that problem, because then you can be unique, you can have a little more than the guy next door, and it's also very good in this sustainability environment that a by effect of running digital is that you can also significantly limit your waste, thus you limit your you make the labels more sustainable, and you have a lower CO2 imprint on each product. And that's really a question that's coming up today. How sustainable is the technology?
It's funny because when we spoke the other day, we spoke about your amazing laser cutter, and maybe stupid me, but I thought that in the label finishing, the laser cutter was more like, okay, we have the shapes of the laser die cutter instead of having a die, but you actually put it in a different perspective for me, because it also is becoming a part of the embellishment thing, because you showed a wine label where you had like a drop that was cut out of the label, and that gives entirely new opportunities for seeing how laser is also part of the embellishment, not just in the finishing side. Is that something that is that new, or has been that for since the laser was invented, or how is that from your perspective?
It has been in the core technology of lasers since the birth of the lasers, but us and our clients, we only in the past 2 years figured out how to bring this to a commercial use. And it actually started out with a funny project. We did a project for the very secret people that makes the passports of the world. Oh. And they came to us and asked, how can we protect the passports in a way so you can't copy them? And I said, well, let's try to cut a hole from the first page and then all the way through the passport so it will form like a cone, because the laser will burn the first page a little bit more and then less. So you'll actually have a book that has kind of a cone shape hold into it. Now I'm probably going to go to jail and a lot of kind of things, but this shows an embellishment not on a label but on a passport. And it is unique because it's a digital tool, it's varying in each passport, and it makes a special imprint in the passport that makes it very difficult to copy. So this is the first time we used, in a technical term, it's called abrasion. We are removing layers of material in a very controlled way, and that is one of the great benefits of laser technology. It's like a chisel, but you can adjust it, so you can actually adjust digitally how deep do you cut. And I think we're just starting to see the possibilities, what you can really do with a laser. Yeah.
And the first thing I will do when we finish this session is go and check my passport, of course, because I remember there's this. So that's
if it's
fantastic.
not there, then you bought it at the main central train station for $500, and then
Okay.
I would leave the country rather quickly.
They let me in the US last week, so I think it's pretty okay.
That's gotta be good. Yeah.
So back to my question, the embellishment from your customer's perspective, I understand the importance because of the, all the things you mentioned. I also think, and maybe you mentioned that, but I was just, clicking buttons at the same time. But I was also thinking that when it comes to consumer behaviors, the customers that buy the products off the shelves and see the products, there's also a very strong trend that tactile and very beautiful labels and packaging is actually supporting increased sales, right?
That's right. And now you're coming to the magic. So I have one label here. I also have one over in our inspection table that we're gonna try to do our first video trick later here. Not yet, but later.
Good.
We're gonna try to cross clip between two cameras. It's very advanced for us. But I actually have some digital labels here where I have zoomed in on our inspection table, so you can really get a feel. Because this with touching a label, feeling the embellishment, that's a part of the brain trick. If we have a feeling, this is feeling nice, then in our brain we already bought the product. And that's one of the trick with the embellishments, that you wanna connect ownership to the end client, so he feels obligated to buy it. That's the dirty trick, but from a printer's perspective, it's an upsell opportunity. If you can add this to the product and sell more product, it's something we should look into.
I don't know if you know, and I don't know if it's a public term, but soft touch lamination. The slang word for it. It's rubber duck. And if you think of these small yellow rubber ducks where you have it with your kids in the bathtub, right? It is like you just feel it is so soft and nice, right? So I think it's a great example of like what we touch and feel. It has different senses. Maybe also because it reminds us of something that is different, right? I can't. I remember the first time I saw the Skodex embellishment machine for the sheets. They printed a basketball that had the same surface as a basketball, and it was not round, but it almost felt round. So it.
We'll do a new episode of Lord of the Rings with soft touch laminate. It's my precious. So, but exactly the soft touch laminate we ran actually at Label Expo and had some great samples. And this is a relatively simple product from a technical perspective. It's a matte surface, typically black, and then you print a little bit of gloss effect on top of that, and then everybody goes, wow, this is amazing. But if you compare to, for example, cutting a hole in a label with a laser, cutting a hole in a label and getting rid of the waste, difficulty level 10. Making a soft touch laminate with a little bit of spot on, difficult level 1. So there are some effects where there is just no connection between the wow effect you get and the actual work you have to put into it. And this is why at every label show I have my black Bible. It's kind of a wow book, and it's not something that we cooked up here in the showroom. That is actually existing clients of GM that it's their way of saying thank you. They're sending back their labels to us and saying, hey, see what we make with the machine. And I really appreciate that. And we make this precious book with all the labels. And that's my favorite trick when we are selling a machine. They say, come see what our clients are doing on the machinery. And then we look at all the labels. And label printers, it's the same. If they start touching the labels, they already bought the machine. So we can use the trick to sell machinery as well.
And Uffe, I can't help thinking about, because you're good at social media, I saw your post on LinkedIn today where you just showed a handwritten appreciation letter from a customer. I think the person visited your demo center, right? And I mean, that is when I talk about the passion that I sense with you and your team and the personal relationship is, I mean, of course you have brilliant technology, but it's that combination that is really great, and to some extent also maybe a little bit rare, because we get bigger and more distant to some customers, at least some companies does. Last question before we're going to dig into what you're going to show us. both of us just came from Label Expo, and when you go at a show like Label Expo, and with all due respect, you see a lot of companies offering different conversion solutions to labels. So maybe this is actually two questions. First of all, how much difference is there, not in the machines and technology, but I mean, for GM to offer embellishment as part of your solution? Is that like a necessity and you have to do it, or I know you like it, but is it like a very important KPI? And secondly, what is the main? Why should people choose working with GM as a supplier? I'm just trying to figure out, since you go to a trade show. And
it's 4 questions in one. This is a difficult one.
Yeah, but you love the questions. I know you do. So just shoot away. Sorry, I was taken away.
Yeah, no worries. We're going to start with the boring, greedy argument first. And this is very honest. We sell machines in the outer regions where they have public funding, like less developed area of Europe and so on. And we have a lobby organization called the EU that is pushing money into these regions. And it's no secret that if you can bring a technology as the first mover into another region of EU, you can get almost 100% public funding. Whoa. So in that perspective, putting a digital embellishment unit on a equipment is a sales enabler. They will buy this, maybe not because they have the clients for it, but because they can get 100% funding. And by the way, 99% of their product is the standard machine and 1% is the new technology adventure. That is one very, it's a very clear reason, and I'm completely honest about it. Of course, we participate in this because it's an opportunity to sell.
Of course, yeah.
The other guy is the guys, the major league players. I'm not going to mention any brand names here, then I'm going to get in trouble again. But we are present with a lot of major brands in the label world. And they have a strategic department that is looking at what are we going to need to invest in to be here tomorrow. They will then come, and they are the tough guys. They have a purchase department. They're going to battle 10 different suppliers against each other, and then they are going to buy the best solution for that. And then there's finally the last kind of client. That is the, I still love this kind of client. That is the family-owned company. They will come and they will go and do the classical, I like it. Oh, it's a very nice label. And they will say, start talking to us. Can you learn us this? Can we afford this? And we set up a piece of kit that will move them into the future. So that's actually 3 reasons why to buy this. And you take it in 3 actually different levels. So it's from the top of the world to the very floor.
I can tell you in that, I don't know if you know that, but we did actually a film from Printella in Kaunas in Lithuania just a few weeks ago for HP, and it will be very soon be published. And they are very proud owners of GM technology. So you will see that even though it's a freebie, so to speak, right? But it's Oh yeah, I know that, Uffe.
If you want to check out a company history, take a look at them, because they actually they made the dream come through. They started up in the back of the workshop with less opportunities than others, and then they built it, and now they're actually expanding into an area that we are also looking into. They're going into flexibles. Yeah. And we are taking our narrow web technology and then we are putting it up to 30 inches to be compatible with some of the wide web presses. And now you mentioned that soft touch, that's actually something, if you want to have something in a flexible bed, having it soft touch with a little bit of gloss, digital varnish, it's going right in. That's also another interesting project.
It will sell coffee, right?
It will.
Yeah, that's great. Uffe, let's. I will let you take the lead right now, and then, as we did also the other day, let me get back to you when you have done your job. Then I will do my job afterwards. Okay?
One small advertising. All right. Are you ready for it?
Yes,
I know you hate this.
No.
So we have a brand new catalog on our webpage now. It's 40 pages of Yum Yum. So go online and download that one. It's really, we really spend an effort, and you can see all about the digital varnish in this one. So remember that. That's
So-
enough of that.
No,
All right?
I will counter that because you said download it. So how will you download the touch and feel of it? I mean, come on, Uffe.
All right. That's
You have to put a stamp on it, right?
Yeah. I'll set them for everybody registering.
Okay,
All right.
fantastic.
Let's get on with the PowerPoint slides. I promise to be quick. We'll just bring on the presentation now. We'll fiddle a little bit with the technology, but in a second. I think, Morten, are we good now with the slides?
You are actually very good with the slides, and you are also in the slide.
Perfect. Then let's jump right into one case story. I also did an interview yesterday where I did two, but let's just take this one because it's local and it's Danish and it's very down to earth. So this is Thomas. He has a print shop and he has embarked on the digital journey, and it's really moving him now because he's looking at how to get away from a certain kind of labels. So if we flip one more slide, this is the kind of labels that I love, and I know I've used this metaphor frequently where I say, okay, this is liver pastry. It's everybody in Denmark, they love it, everybody else, they hate it, but in the printing world, it's a word for, sorry to say, now I'm mentoring brands, it's a word for boring labels. It's a standard label, there's no embellishments, it's completely flat, everybody is competing one-to-one with the same print cost on it. So Thomas, he wants to get away from the liver pâté and get into the more delicious business. So he's trying to get smart, and he's actually very good at this. So he's looking at these high embellished products, and he has a lot of our machinery. So he is now capable both of foiling, embossing, and raised varnish. And if you take a look at this, I almost want to buy that wine on the left side of the screen with the nice embossing effect. But that's only one effect. What I'm going to talk about today in digital embellishment is you always have to remember that digital embellishment in today's day is a combination between a conventional process and a digital process. We also saw that in some of the slides from our competitors with the Atega system, that it's actually a combination of analog screen printing for a trigger image and then a digital metallization. We have the same, but a little bit different. If you look here at the labels to the, there's this glass of chocolate. There's a little bit, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but there's a little bit of screen print there. This is really nasty from a printer's perspective. Doing something like that digitally is very nice because then you have the one good thing about digital, especially good thing about digital is repeatability. When we put something in a digital embellishment system and press play, it's going to do exactly the same day, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, all week it's going to do it. Whereas you have a screen, conventional flatbed, going back and forward, that system is going to perform one way with Bo, the operator, and another way with Steve, the operator. It's going to be a nightmare for quality control. So one of the nice things about digital technology is the repeatability, and also as a print shop owner perspective is that you can hire people with less skill because it's not as complicated to operate. Let's have a little bit of theory. So as we talked about before, by the way, I'm honest, I completely stole this slide from Vicky Skroll, who check her out. She is even better at social media than I am. Check her out. She's the one with the clever slides on why it really works and why our brain is wet wired to touch and fall in love with things that feels nice. Let's have a little more look at the technology. So the type of embellishment, you mentioned the laser before. This was actually how it started first with the passports. A little bit later, some guys with food in plastic wrapping, they found out it was easy. If they shot holes into the plastic wrapping, they could control the nitrogen atmosphere within the food packaging, and making the food last a day or two longer on the shelf. That's a lot of money. In our world, making something that you can look into a product is really key. We also made another version that we can talk about another day where it's actually there's shot a hole into a chemical indicator. So you can see it's red if it's bad and green if it's good, but it's still shooting a hole and making an embellishment. Now let's get on to the varnish and the digital embellishment again. This actually started out with our lovely friends in the EU. I keep coming back to the lovely friends in the EU. They made some very nice laws that says everything dangerous, put a triangle on it. Everything that is person-specific medicine, put a code on it so you can see if it's your mother's pills or your pills. Basically, if you're blind, that's some bad misunderstandings could happen. But it started out with Braille and with the Nordson nozzle systems. There was some system out. We were involved in something called the Braille Maker back in the past. Very crude systems. Resolution was 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter. Now we actually have print technology that has a resolution of several hundred dots per millimeter. And some of the examples you can see here, the dots are made conventional, and whereas the warning triangle is made with a digital system. And there is also laws about these triangles. They must have a certain height, yada yada. Very nice with a digital system that can do this in a repeatable way, always the same. Let's move on and look at some more embellishments. Now that we have some wet foil controlled on the web in a digital way, in a digital control amount, with a digitally controlled level of dryness, we can make that varnish a little bit sticky, so semi-dry. And that means that we can put a foil on top of it and then blast it again with a mercury lamp. And now we suddenly have digital foil, because what we are replicating here is cold foil, but we took out the analog component, the conventional flexo cliche with the glue in, and we just replaced that with a digital inkjet bar. And the really clever part about this, for all the printers who are watching this, it's the same ink. So the ink for the cold foil and the ink for the high build varnish, same stuff. Really nice to know, because everybody who knows a little bit about an inkjet system knows that changing color in an inkjet system is not something you want to do. So if you can keep the same stuff in the system all the time, it's a big advantage. Let's look at a little bit on what the digital system cannot do, and where you need a little bit of help from our very good and very fast world-leading analog technology. That is in terms of the hot stamping, because a hot stamping is a combination of an embossing and a foil, and it's 50 tons of pressure at a ridiculous speed. It goes very fast with our new machines, and then we make the paper completely flat, so the thing works on natural papers. So if we need some embossing effects, we still need that good analog puncher, and then we can put some digital varnish on top of that, and then we have a hybrid system. I'm going to come into that. That's a really important detail to take away here. Let's look a little bit about the top level in the factory, because in GM we used to make just machinery, and it was a very simple life, and it was very nice. And then Industry 4.0 and automation hit us like a freight train. So now we are actually becoming a part of the factory's integrated information stream. So the MIS system in the factory needs to connect into our machine to tell you, is operator John very good? How much waste? How much operator time? And also to get the digital files down to the various stations. So we are embarking not only from digital print in the start, but we are also coming into digital embellishment. And then we are crawling out to the MIS and the ERP systems. And some of the most advanced clients we have our fingers all the way out in the web end, where the orders are coming in, going into our laser die cutter and getting cut out. So actually we are all the way out touching the end clients. But this is a digital converting technology is really taking off now. I used this slide to show how many systems there are actually involved in this. Let's get a little more in detail. So why is it that it's a great time saver in a print shop? Some of the systems you saw before on the previous slide, they are involved in ordering all the tools. So for a conventional tool, you need to order the screen, you need to order the hot foiling plate, and you need to get a bespoke varnish and so on. All of this requires lead time and takes a long time. If you look at the more digital systems, there's only one ink. Not 100 foils on stock. There's only one screen varnish, not 100 different screen varnish. Very nice. We like it. So if we look at how it actually works, the screen, the digital inkjet head will print down the varnish it's using right now a SAR head. It could be another head, but these heads are actually, that's a repeating question, they're quite resilient because they are double row heads. So if you have a nozzle block on one row, you can actually enable a secondary row, and then you have more resilience. Because one of the bummer things in an inkjet system is if you make what's called a cowboy splice, and then you run it through the machine and you touch all the heads, your CEO will not be happy because they're quite pricey. But these systems have a little more life because they have these double rows. You can clearly see it on the slide. I don't know if you can see the mouse, but there are some double rows here. So in the software, there is a possibility to give it like a second life. I don't know if it has 9 lives, but definitely it has a second life. Also, there is they learned from the guys at Microsoft about subscriptions and pay up. So you can actually, if you see it, when you get it as standard, you pay for standard like 100 microns. If you then pay double up, it enables all 4 nozzles here, and then you get the super high build, but it's the same head all the time. How the foiling works for the printers, it's, as I said before, very similar to the cold foiling process. Of course, there are tricks, because if you have a wet glue coming out and you squash it with 100 kilos of pressure, foil is completely flat, no fun. So that's a part of the technology we can learn is how do we actually get that digital inkjet like semi-dried and then put some semi-pressure on it and then get the foil away. That's part of the trick book that I'm not going to tell you here, but we know how to do it. And call us and get a nice demo here in the showroom. We'll tell you all about that. So the workflow, as I said before, it's not that complicated if you're familiar already in your digital print shop with a hot folder for a digital press where you need to drop some files down, PDF files with various layers. If you look at a digital converting shop, just consider each station in the converting equipment as one of your color stations in your digital press. If we can use that analogy, it's every embellishment step is actually a layer in your Adobe Illustrator file, so it's like a color. That's a very nice way to understand it. Epson, they took it to the full extent. They actually put a clear varnish. They're cheating. They put a clear varnish in their press. But we hope they will wait a little bit selling that stuff, because until they do, they are going to buy that clear varnish from us. So if you look here at that train, the last module on the right, that's actually a digital varnish module. And that just takes the same file that you put in your digital press, but it's looking at another layer in that file where you have the actual varnish. That's how easy it more or less is. But if you want to know more, get to know us. And then we will take you on tour in the lovely showroom. Let's, actually, I'm speaking too fast today. There was a little information here. I'm just worried that the clock would run. So we'll take a little bit slower now. But let's talk about how you get that connection between that PDF file and the actual hot folder. And the way that is made is that you will use your workflow system to print a QR code on the side of each label. That QR code contains a file name on a hot folder in your print shop on your local server. If you have like a firewall, or if you're a little more open-minded, it's a hot folder on a cloud-based system. Both things will work. Then the system will pick up that file and put it into your digital embellishment module. In an ideal world, it would work immediately. It also does if you run the same varnish. Yes, we are doing that, remember, from before, and also run the same scrub straight and the same speed. Then it will work. A digital varnish is like a laser. It is sensitive to the materials that you're using and to the temperature of the ink. That was a little detail. Let's move a little bit on to how the real hardware look. Now we're gonna kick some tires. So, we've spent the last 10 years perfecting a modular structure. If you look at GM machine 10 years ago and look at them today, some of the modules may be recognizable, but if you open up inside, there's a lot less stuff inside, because the electronics and drivetrain in the machine is just a lot more clever and much more compact. And that allowed us to actually just put all the electronics we need for the digital varnish module in one module. All the electronics we need for our clever multi-layer module, where we can put extended content in one module. So if you buy our Flex finishing line, then we can come back in a year, split it in the middle, and squeeze in this box. If you look at this machine on the actual picture, the machine in the red, the unit in the red, that's our digital embellishment module. And right next to it on the right side, we have the multi-layer module. Those are the two most interesting module right now. And both of them are interesting because our friends EU make some more laws so we can get some more regulatory text on the labels and buff up the use for multi-layer labels. So let's move on. Slide change.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. So today, this is where we're gonna show off our new fancy technology. First, before we do that, let's just have a brief look. Morten, you must tell us if the sound goes, then I'll shout a little bit louder. Okay. But here, what I talked about before is this hybrid technology, where we are using a conventional hot stamper to flatten a natural substrate and put down the nice flat gold effect. And then we are taking out the screen component. The slowest component in a finishing line is the screen, because the squeegee has to go zigzag, it's not very fast. The hot stamper is like a machine gun, it's really fast. So we're taking out the slowest component in the production line and replacing it with a digital varnish that is up to speed with the hot stamp. And then we are making a hybrid job now where we take the best of two worlds. So let's try and press the fancy button, and then we can jump over to our inspection table. Oh, well, let's see here. No? Morten, did you see a picture change, or are you still seeing me?
No, I changed to the film.
So you see the okay. So
or the converting made easy, where you have the foil, right?
So you're seeing me?
Yeah, I see your finger now. Yeah.
Sorry for the beginner's trouble here, but actually here we placed the same label on our inspection table, and I'm gonna just twist it a little bit so you can see the very nice build height here. We also did some more simple stuff like this. So we can truly create some really amazing labels without having to mess with screen and mesh size. And I'm gonna get a little bit nerdy about this, because look at this big area here in the middle. This is a solid fill in screen that requires a very big mesh size. Now we're gonna do our little trick. At the same job we are running here, we have some very fine text. I'm just gonna see if I have it. Yeah, I have it. I'm gonna point at it now. So very fine text here. And that is showing one of the key strengths on digital technology. We are not restricted to the physical size of a screen mesh, because we are running inkjet technology. That means that we can do very detailed print and solids in the same job without having to switch any screen or any varnish, without having to worry about viscosity, screen mesh size, the hardness of the squeegee, and all that stuff. It's out of the equation. It's the PDF we have to worry about. What density level did we put in the PDF and all of this? It is everybody who has been meshing with making wine labels will understand that this is a major advantage in production time, setup, and waste. Running in a conventional screen and hot stamp job will waste a lot of material because you're meshing with these analog parameters. We're taking that out of the equation, so we are saving the world a little bit and making more money. It's going to be a good Friday, all right? So I promised George to show a few more slides on the factory. We are located in Denmark, brand new factory. We have 140 people that only dream about labels every time they go to bed and close their eyes. It's a super clean factory. We are very high on engineers. That's a unique thing about us. If you look to the guy on the floor engineer ratio, we are just far too many engineers, but that's because the DNA here is innovation and development. So as you can see, we have the big block in the middle. We don't have the barracks on the side. So this is a very nice 9,000 square meters or 100,000 square feet modern production facility located around half an hour from Copenhagen Airport. So do come and visit us. This is how the setup looks. We can have around 50 machines on the floor at the same time, and it's a completely lean factory or Toyota model setup. This is our showroom. We can have actually in the showroom around 5 machines. You see around half of the machines here. On the left side, we have the hot stamper for doing the highly embellished wine labels and so on. On the next video, I'm going to train a little more so we can take you on a 360 tour, but maybe Lykke will try. We're going to be brave. So you can see the machines set up here. And this is something we do all day long. We do demos, bring clients into the showroom, and then we do a nice personal video where we can work on the machine together with you, having your job in the machine, and you can do a Q&A, close up and personal, and you can almost touch it, Morten. So that's the nice thing about Corona. Thank you, Corona, for giving us live streaming and virtual demos. I think that's about it, what I have on the program today. So you can switch me back to the Q&A now. Just 1 second, I'm gonna try and turn this.
I could see you now. You are turning back. That's great. Uffe, you are a showman, I must say.
I'm training every day. Lykke says, "Come down, let's do a show."
So you have a second job in Circus Baldora.
Yeah, something like that.
No, just joking. It's great. The digital embellishment thing that you showed now with in the live kind of thing with the way you touch it with your fingers, is that something that a lot of converters are requesting and demanding right now, or is it still like in its early days?
I would say it like that. We have around 10 systems out on various platforms.
Yeah, but I was
I'm
just
very honest about this.
Yeah.
Let me just say, if the system was 100K, I would be selling them like hotcakes every day.
Yeah.
It's not 100K.
No,
So
no.
that's the biggest problem, is that the price of the equipment today, it's if you want to be a first mover, if you want to have the first Tesla, you're going to pay a price. And that's where we are now with the digital embellishment. There is no question about the Tesla. It will work. But as you are a first mover, you're going to pay the price for everybody else to get a cheap Model 3 later.
Yeah, that's true. I was not really questioning that. I was just thinking that, as we spoke about the other day, sometimes you can be a market driver, or sometimes you can be market driven. And if you're market driven, it's because, everybody is knocking on GM stores saying, give us some laser or some digital embellishment. And at other times, it's like, okay, you develop this because you are confident that this is the future of things. So I was more like, how important do you think it will be in a future for converters?
It's key in the future. It's like how we did with the lasers a decade ago. It was I took over the motto from Epson in Japan that we have a cooperation with as well. They just keep. I told them they had I don't know if you remember, they had a press at some point nobody believed in, and now they sold thousands of it. And I asked the program director, what do you do if you really believe in it? And he just said, he looked at me stone cold, just say, Uffe, just keep throwing money at it. And I think that's kind of the thing we had with the laser technology. That was also, in the first year, it was not that fun. It didn't work properly. Now it's much, much better. And I think we have the same here with the digital technology. It's a future strategic driven project for us. So we keep throwing money at it because we know that this is going to be the future. The only showstopper for me is that if the nice guys in the business that makes the digital presses, if all of them, they decide to change the 7 color with a clear varnish, I'm probably not going to sell an awful lot of these digital varnish units. But I don't think that's necessarily going to happen.
But that, I mean, of course, you never know what happens on the OEM side, because they are also trying to be innovative like yourself. But I think that what you show is also that you have. I mean, you're a big company, but you're still very agile in how you develop and how you listen to the market. So I'm pretty sure that you will be successful with it. I was also thinking that if you look at digital varnish, as you just showed, maybe there could be other applications, because basically the moment that you start to get first-hand knowledge about how to work with the print heads and how to, maybe you invent other ideas for how to utilize. I mean, we just had a presentation with Paolo from Actega before, and basically they just put glue in it and then it works with the EcoLeaf thing. I mean, so you see the same technologies can sometimes be utilized in many different ways, which is always interesting, right? I like also
the... Ask me about that. I have a lot of ideas on how this technology could be used in the future, and I think we're going to see some of them. But the ideas of tomorrow are in printed functional technology. So let's say we could get that inkjet head to print a conducting pattern. Yeah. Then you have you're printing an RFID chip. Nice invention, right? Also, if we could put a little chemical in it so you could control the smell of it, you could add what we call like a 4D or 5D movie theater. So you could put a little bit of smell in that. So we could add a scent instead of just a feeling. So we just seen the top of the iceberg. What you can actually do with inkjet technology is a question about chemistry. And we just have to see how that chemistry and regulation, because right now I do not recommend that you start licking the labels.
No. And talking about not licking labels, but talking about all the applications that you can do, I noticed that on English News last week you posted a press release or information about that you got a contract on solar panels. And you know, some people might think that solar panels, finishing equipment, but basically when you have engineers working on different technologies, sometimes there is a overlay where you basically say that, okay, maybe the print heads, as you say, add conductivity to the ink, or add a scent to the ink, or make a piece of paper with solar cells built in, or whatever it could be. I mean, I think that is one of the things that make GM a fantastic company, is basically that you actually do challenge all the normal things, in my opinion.
I think that's what we're about. It's innovation, and it's also, I usually, when I hire a new engineer, I tell them this, that you wanna work in a company where they have a Formula One team, then come work with us, because like every car builder, they have a team who does all the funny stuff, but over time the funny stuff will drain through the organization and end up on the main machines. And that's why we do things like solar cells, functional medical sensors, Power-to-X, surface barriers, lithium-ion surface barriers, and conducting layers, and so on. So everything you can put on a roll and do roll-to-roll technology, that's GM. That's what we do. Everything that can be automized on a roll-to-roll process. Just don't come ask me about sheets. Sheets are too, that's another world. Everything you put on a roll-to-roll, that's what we love.
Let that be the last word of today, because I think it was actually a good ending point, that you are innovative, you see options in your business, and you adapt to the market opportunities in when customers come to. I take, maybe a last question actually, I take that with the innovative approach and also very custom centric way. Do you from time to time get requests from customers about building something that is entirely for them?
That is what, sorry?
That's entirely for this specific customer. I mean, custom made solutions, or is it always standard solutions?
I would say if you look on our order flow, it used to be 50% custom and 50% standard. Today, because of the size, it's 5% custom and 95% standard. So it changed, but the company also grew a lot. And but we're never going to let go of that 5%. But that is what is keeping us sharp. And it also helped having 95% of standard module building blocks, because in a custom project, many clients they call us and they say, "We seen you on YouTube with a machine like this, And by the way, we have a plastic bag and we need to put a toothbrush into it. Can you do it? I mean, a lot of the communication that we do on social media and also on specific social groups for very advanced stuff, that reflects out to the production environment. And then we get, I'm learning to say no. I would say that's the conclusion, because a lot of people, they call and ask for stuff, and we really have to look at this and say, is this something that we can engage in a professional way, or is this something that would be interesting but not us? So I'm learning to say no.
That will be the last word. Thank you very much, sir, and have a wonderful Friday. I know that it's always good because you sold for millions, so that's great. Thank you very much, Uffe, and say hi to your wonderful team as well, right?
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Of course. Bye-bye. Welcome back here to the finishing line, and this time with my good friend Jordi from Kurtz. Jordi, if you can be in the front of the screen, then we can see you. That would be nice. So, Jordi, you look tired, and you have a good reason for it, right?
Yeah, so as I already explained to you, so since Chicago, I have been traveling. So thanks God, we have plenty of interest from many customers from many different places. Besides having many different manufacturing sites in the company, so our life is quite complex, going from here to there in short notice. And so since Chicago, I has been traveling. I came back yesterday very late in the evening. I had the privilege to talk to you at 11 in the evening. But so and today at 8 o'clock in the morning, I was already with some customers from Asia. So but this is our life.
Kurtz is an old family, old in a positive way, old family-owned company. And I think that sometimes people have a little bit difficulties placing Kurtz as a company, because of course in our industry it's a foiling thing. But when I visited your colleagues in the US, I also realized that you are very, very big in when it comes to all the surfaces in cars and in a lot of different spaces that are not inside this industry. I also realized when we visited you in your headquarter that you have Scribbers, which is software. You have Imprint, which is imprinting and developing inkjet technology. And you have so many different products and service and offering under this one. Is it sometimes difficult for I would almost say conglomerate as Kurtz, for you as a person to keep track on everything?
So it's quite difficult to understand all what we do. If you don't really spend time talking to many people and trying to understand what is the reason to have all these different approaches to the market. Thanks, for different reasons, I worked for Kurtz many years ago. Not for Kurtz, I worked for the Spanish distributor of Kurtz when I was still young and having black hair. And so I spent a few years working for the distributor, and for me it was like a learning curve. So I really use all this time to understand all these different technologies. So that's why for me, coming back to Kurtz, it was somehow easy. But I can really understand that for you and for many other people in the industry, it could be difficult to understand all of this, and mainly because in some cases it looks like we're cannibalizing our own businesses. For instance, digital metal. And yesterday, for instance, I was having a meeting about this. Digital metal could be a kind of enemy for HM, which is the company producing the tooling for hot stamping. Which is but this is the wrong perception. We are not attacking our own companies. We just want to have always the right solution for any customer. So we want to be in the area of surface decoration. So any type of surface decoration. So it could be plastics, it could be paper, it could be any type of surface, even fabrics. We want to have always different approaches to the same market, always trying to bring to any customer the right solution.
You are, of course, responsible for the digital side of it, and you have also a background from the printing side. I mean, you were involved with both Heidelberg and also HP, as far as I remember. That must give you a huge advantage of understanding the applications and the entire digital mindset. And at the same time, as the background you say from the distributor of Kurtz in Spain, you also have I call it the beautification of the materials, right? So you have both sides. It must be a huge advantage for you when you navigate this huge and complex industry.
So indeed, yeah. So this is one of the reasons why I decided to join Kurtz, or I will say that why Kurtz, the management, they thought about me as the person who can take the lead on that. So in my roles at HP, Indigo, and at Heidelberg, I combine different functions, but we can say that when I was at Indigo, I was on the business side. I was the business manager of the packaging business in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So I was not in the front line with customers. I was supporting and leading the business from the headquarters, having all the sales team around, but having a very close connection with the GBU of HP in Israel, which was fantastic. I still keep a great friendship with many people there. When I moved to Heidelberg, my position was much more in the front line. So I was the global sales manager for the PrimeFire 106. So the combination of these two functions, having a clear understanding of the process of bringing a new product to the market, and this is what I did at Indigo, also at Heidelberg with the PrimeFire, but also having the experience of talking to many customers in many different regions, for many different, or doing many different segments. Me, let's say, a kind of wide view of the packaging business or the business, to be more accurate, which now I'm just bringing to Kurz. I'm not copying things. I'm just, and this is what I'm always saying to everybody, I'm just using the best experience which I could
But it's
during the last year. So I'm taking this best experience to Kurz just to improve some processes and some approach to market.
Yeah, but when I was visiting Kurz headquarters and saw your open weeks, labor weeks, I was quite amazed because, I mean, if you look at of all the staff, I mean, because I don't think that any company is made out of one person, but there needs to be somebody who drives a process. And I think that what you have done, at least from my perspective, and maybe it's because I didn't know Kurz well enough from before, but you have putting Kurz into change mode in a positive way, where you basically maybe with your knowledge and experience from the printing industry bring not just the foiling but the entire, even though you're responsible for digital, you take the entire company forward. Is that something that is a role that you have just taken on yourself, or is that because Kurz is also moving?
See, Morten, that's the reason why I love to talk to you. So yeah, so I don't want to say it's me. So for sure, I'm one of the elements which is being used to change a little bit and to reshape the approach to the market. But it's important to make very clear that if I'm at Kurz and if I'm having the privilege to be the person driving this business to the next level, is because of the commitment, basically, of Walter Kurz, who is the CEO, the president. He's, of course, a member of the Kurz family. You can understand it from his name. He's still fully committed on this mission. So he wants to bring or to move us to a leadership position in the market. And his commitment is clear. This is a family-owned business, as you know. Any decision, any wish, any ambition from the Kurz family is a mission for all of us. So when he told me, Jordi, I want you helping us to bring Kurz to the leading position in this market, I accept that in less than 1 second, because it's fantastic to have this strong commitment from the owner of the company.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, because I mean, basically, the bigger the organization are, sometimes the decision process is really complex and timely. But if you are commissioned directly by the head of an organization, it should give you some leverage in getting things done, of course. And I think that is great. This week we have been doing a lot of sessions about finishing, of course, because it's an interesting thing. And today is about embellishment. In your opinion, is embellishment a growing market or is it a stable market?
You mean embellishment in general or digital?
No, embellishment in general.
In general. So yes, it's a... I will say, and this is something that I keep repeating to everyone. So to me, and I will say for many of the brand owners, embellishment is like the next challenge. Printing, of course, in this business is, I will say, it's a very important part of the process. But today, because we are all of us as consumers, we are very picky, and all of us, we are different, and we really need to be attracted by products. So it's difficult to do all of this only with colors. I'm not saying it's possible, but it's something that has been done for many, many years with all this personalization, individualization, and it's fantastic. It works very well, but the next stage, of course, is jumping to embellishment. And then the same process which have happened with the printing business, moving from conventional to digital, of course, it has to happen the same with embellishment. So we don't, of course, we don't pretend to substitute conventional embellishment, because this is still our core business.
Yeah.
As I said before, we just want to bring another option to any customer, which, if you want, it's basically the same message as I used when I was at Helderberg. So because we had these offset machines, we had the Primefair, which was a digital machine. And of course, we keep repeating to everyone that the main aim of Helderberg was to have always a solution for any customer need. Unfortunately, with Helderberg, it didn't work well. But with Kurz, I'm pretty sure that because how the market is evolving, and also because of the complexity of the machine, and so I'm sure that we are going to achieve that, because we're already in the process of achieving the goals which we have set up.
Yeah, and talking about also the commitment to the market, I think that is one of the things that is sometimes very nice about private companies, is that they have maybe a little bit more patience in the market if they have enough money, of course, rather than public companies or things like that. And now, in that perspective, I can't help think about that when we met last week in Chicago, you announced a partnership with Graphotronic, and basically it's a module for Graphotronic that is built on the Kurz Uniliner, and basically you add the digital embellishment side to a well-known player in the market. How important are these partnerships for Kurz as a company, and also the commitment to continue developing?
So it's extremely important. So we are very pleased of having now this partnership with Graphotronic. They are a fantastic team with great products, nice people with whom to spend time, and of course they are growing. The presence in the market of Graphotronic is growing quite a lot, but they are not the only partner that we have today. So we are really investing plenty of time and efforts to grow the partnerships that we have on the finishing side and also on the printing side. So you can consider all the solutions that we do as embellishment, which can be done before printing the colors or even after printing the colors. So depending on what it is, the embellishment before or after, it could be interesting to have our units on the printing side in line with Indigo, for instance. Could be interested to have these units on the finishing equipment with Graphotronic, for instance. Or if the customer is not 100% sure of if they are going to use 50-50 or 60-40, does not matter, but they are going to use both options. That's why we also have our standalone solutions, which can do both. In 1 minute. Company was a brand who only does standalone solutions. We want to have always the best solution. So if the customer wants to have this on the printing side, we want to do that. On the finishing side, the same. And that's why now we are in the process of creating all these alliances, partnerships, which is not easy, because all the processes are always somehow complex. But yeah, we are very glad to have now Graphotronic. Recently, we have also announced a new partnership with SMAC. And so many others will come. And of the printing side, we have a very strong partnership with our friends from Indigo.
And of course, when you make alliances, as you just mentioned, that also put a pressure a little bit on Kurz, because then it is even more important that you continue investing and develop the technology, because now you are basically asking other people to trust you, right?
Yeah. So this is a journey. So and let me use something which maybe you think, well, why Jordi is saying that now? But I will say that it's a nice way to illustrate what I want to say. So today sustainability, as you know, it's a big trend in the market. And there is a beautiful sentence that we keep repeating at Kurz, which is for us, for Kurz, sustainability is a journey. So we start this journey many, many years ago, and we will always keep or try to keep improving and trying to keep a little bit more sustainable and a little bit better for the environment. The investment that we have to do on the equipment side is also a journey. So I'm pretty sure that we will never have the right solution or the perfect solution that can do everything. This embellishment world is very complex. And yeah, so once the management of Kurz, the Kurz family, once they decide that they want to be a strong player in this market, it's basically to jump into the boat, going to discover Americas. So now we have a big journey in front of us. We know that this is going to be a challenge. We know that it's going to be, we are going to sweat, we're going to cry, we're going to see blood here and there. But it's a journey that we have decided to start it, and we cannot stop investing money. We know that we will need to keep investing money for the future, in the future, without any reason why to stop. Because, as you know, our main aim is to keep selling our transfer products to the market. So we want to have the best solution of these transfer products to the market.
I just have a little anecdote, actually, because we talked about the different types of integrations you do. The very first time I saw a foiling machine, digital foiling machine, it was the name called DM Jetliner, which is basically the name when you integrate it with an Indigo machine. And it was with a small, really nice French company, Sébastien Lucas. And I saw that he was actually at your Label Weeks just a few weeks ago. Maybe you can just talk a little bit, what is Label Weeks and why is this it's a kind of a deal breaker for the industry, isn't it?
It is. So, but see, so just to explain Label Weeks, it's important to understand from where we come from. So everybody, or I will say in the printing business, Kurz is a very well-known brand. If you ask to anyone in the printing business, most likely they will associate Kurz with transfer products. But since a few years ago, we have already started this journey to become also a leader on the equipment side, introducing some products and doing a few things. Then I came also to the company just to reshape a little bit the portfolio, the approach to the market. But then the pandemic. Cancellation
so nice, isn't it?
Cancellation of Label Expo Brussels. So we have spent, let's say, I'm already 2 years in the company. So in September, 1st of September was my second anniversary working for Kurz. During these 2 years, I will say these 2 years were the worst 2 years, at least as far as I remember, and most likely for the last century. The market was totally stopped. And it was just at the moment where we were introducing many new products to the market. So without having the chance to use Drupa, without having the chance to use Label Expo Brussels, which let's say is our main playground to introduce all these products. So we were in a dilemma saying, what do we do? So of course, Label Expo US, any type of show is fantastic, but to all the European printers, converters, friends that we have around, we don't see any chance to see all what we offer in the coming month. That's why we decided to organize our own Label Expo, which is only based on our products and not only about digital products. So basically, our Label Weeks are an open house to show to any person in the market interested who we are, what we do, and how we do things. So you have been there. It's a very humble organization where we show plenty of technology, plenty of different technologies, methods to do embellishment. And we have, of course, our cold foil applications, our cold transfer applications with on an offset printing machine, We have some applications for the flexo printing business on a Nomad machine. So we have a Nomad machine with all our systems integrated. We even have a Gates Fold Commander to show what we do on the hot stamping side. And of course, we have all the digital equipment that we have introduced, together with plenty of experts who can guide any visit about the offering of Mprint from the printing side, Codifierung, or I'm not sure about what is the German word, but printing barcodes, printing QR codes, serialization, let's say, and also the beautiful offering from Scribus. So, as we discuss, or as we talk sometimes, if you combine the embellishment together with the brand protection, the traceability, the serialization of the product. So basically, we are giving to any brand a turnkey solution. So they only have to produce the product. All the rest could be in the hands of Quartz without any question, having a very reliable partner, which is for many, many years in the industry, delivering only high quality products.
And when we visited Label Weeks, I must say that it was, you put a lot of pressure on us. I think that you had like 13, 14, 15 people that we should talk to because you have so many products and offerings. And for those who watch this and want to dig into each of the companies, go to Inkys TV and search for Quartz. Then you will definitely be surprised about the wealth of information you find there. And also just to add on, because you're so humble, my friend Jordi, because basically what Quartz has done is basically take a relatively big hall with equipment and turned it into, it's almost like a trade show where you see the samples, you see different stalls and booths where you can come and talk to different people about it. And at the time where it's still like a expo, it is also an R&D lab. So it is really work in progress, and you really get an opportunity to talk to the specialists. So if you have, as Jordi said, if you have an interest, I think you should definitely reach out to your Quartz representative and see if you could find your way into that Label Weeks. It's and I think, Jordi, I spoke to your colleague Stefan when I met him some time ago, and didn't you decided to expand the time or extend the time?
So it's really, so of course, me, Jordi, as a person who is more on the sales side, I always love to be with people and explain what we do. So for product management, for some other people, also to me it's surprising to see how excited they are, because at Quartz, I don't want to say that this is something new, but it's not common to have that type of open houses. And having this open house where we offer to anyone some of the best experts in the world about any type of embellishment, and you can spend with each of them as much time as you want. You can ask whatever. So we are not banning any type of question. We are not banning any type of visit. And we see printers, brand owners, partners in the industry, people coming, trying to understand how we can find any type of partnership, people just coming to have a better understanding. And we are open our hearts to the world, saying, guys, come to meet us, come to see what we do. The excitement, as I said, I am excited, my team, my sales team, all of them, this is what we do, and we love to have people around and bombing them with information and selling. But also all these product management experts, even these doctors on chemistry, they have all these people asking questions. Yeah, it's a fantastic experience.
But I would say that the number of samples you have from customer, that is like real life samples where you see the technology in use, basically, that is astonishing itself. Jordi, I know that you know that too, that in the foiling world and also in the foil applicators world, there is of course some kind of competition when it comes to the digital metallization. There is also quite some competitive area. There's like the Scodexes, there's like the MGIs, and recently also something like the EcoLeaf thing. I mean, where do you see Kurz in that perspective? Because I mean, you're a huge player in the market. You have a lot of knowledge in the chemistry and in the metallization part. But where do you see yourself in, not in competition to any of these I mentioned in particular, but more in general things?
So, as I said a few minutes ago, I truly believe that embellishment is one of the next challenge in the printing business, and thanks God for all of us, this business is going to be big enough to have all these companies playing around. So some of the companies that you said, they are mainly focused on the sheet fed side. Others, they do everything. So some others, they have innovative solutions. We maybe still have to demonstrate and to prove in the market what they can do. But the printing business is big enough to have all these different offerings. How I see Kurz here? So I will say that one of the main tasks that I want I wanted to do from the beginning of my journey at Kurz was to have a comprehensive portfolio covering many different segments. So I don't want to be in a niche market. I want to have always a solution for any type of need for embellishment. And that's why we have offering for commercial printing, packaging, both in sheet fed or raw fed solutions. The utilization of transfer products, what you call foil, we call that transfer products, but we are talking about the same thing.
Switch out many names, right?
Yeah, but utilization of foil transfer products, yes or not, basically, it still exists, even in these companies who are saying that they don't use. So at the end of the day, it's not about foil, yes or not, it's about the polyester which is involved on this process. And the polyester is always the carrier for the aluminum particles that we apply on the substrate. So we don't apply any polyester, we just apply the aluminum. We can be easily attacked from this side. This is obvious, and this is what some of these companies are doing. What is the strength that we have at Kurz? So we produce all these consumables, all these transfer products. Recently, we have introduced what we call the slim foil, which basically means that we have reduced significantly the weight, the thickness of the polyester.
Yeah, we talked to one of your colleagues. I can't remember his name right now, but it was considerably. It was half the thickness of the. And I can tell you, I actually spoke to Mike King from Eagle Systems afterwards, because he is like kind of a specialist in cold foiling, and I think that it's generally generally accepted that this is also a way of reducing both shipping costs, because the rolls become smaller, but also reducing the waste of the carrier, right? I mean, so this is just one example. I think that also I think we have that also in Inkysys. There was some from your management talking about the sustainability agenda, and we had like a walkthrough of how you do it, because I mean, there's many ways of being sustainable. So I understand what you're talking about. I just want to say that there is we have some films about it on Inkysys as well.
Yeah, sure. So, but what I want to say is that, as I said also before, so for us, sustainability is a journey. So we know that there is always some room for improvement, and we will keep fighting for that. The market is big enough to accept technologies which are bulletproof today, as what we do. Technologies which still have to prove what is the potential. For sure, if it's not one technology today, will be another one in the short future.
100%. I mean, innovation never stops, right? So yeah.
Of course, but we have, let's say, the power of having the deep knowledge on the application of the transfer products and the production of these transfer products. So the majority of our competitors are also our customers. So they buy our transfer products to sell, to do metallization into their machines. Okay. So we have what we call frenemies. So
frenemies. That's great.
So, but because the market is still, let's say, or digital embellishment is at the beginning of this process, all of us, we have this, let's say, very friendly relationship, because we know that the market will accept all of us together. And maybe if we have to fight to each other in 20 years, welcome. So it will mean that we are doing the right things today. So yeah.
Fantastic. Jordi, I think it's been a wonderful chat with you. So I appreciate that you are participating here in the finishing line. I have a personal question, kind of. We see each other at our non-event in Copenhagen in end of November. I do look forward to see you. That was just what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you will be okay if I say that, but to anyone listening us and still hesitating about if it makes sense or not to go to Copenhagen, to your event, my recommendation is do not hesitate and come to Copenhagen. So non-event is great. I have to tell you that I have only attended once. It was a great experience. It was, besides having plenty of good talks with partners, some other members of the community, we had fun, and it was a very relaxed atmosphere where I even came back with 2 new partnerships. So after spending one day I think that last year I spent there one night, one day, and then I flew back on the following day, something like this. I don't remember, but in this short period of time, I came back with 2 very strong partnerships, which is fantastic. So the output for me was much better than in many shows where I have to spend 1 week. And besides that, I create some good relationships with some other people, and of course, Copenhagen is always a beautiful city where to go. So I'm not sure if this is something that you expected, Morten. Of course,
I didn't ask you to promote my event, but now I will definitely abuse it like hell, I tell you. But nevertheless, I look forward to see you in person wherever it is. It's always a pleasure to meet you and your colleagues. And I can tell you, we have still 2 edits left from Kurt's USA. It was very great to be and see your colleagues. It was very warm in North Carolina that time of year, but it was still very nice to see your colleagues, and a fantastic headquarter you have in the US as well. But Jordi, all the best, and thank you very much for your time here, and I look forward to see you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, take care, Morten. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.